Yep. It was too warm. Yeah, my wife says I look like some sort of like prison escapee, but she just doesn't see it, you know. Let's see. Let's set today to like it looks like I got a haircut. Now it looks like I escaped, right? What else do I have to get set up? Mitch is running, chat's running, Capitan's going, got Discord announce out. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. All right, let's get into it. We have this flatten widgets code here. It's got some results, a little stack, and it's flattening this kind of nested structure. Got a test to kind of explain it. We have this tree structure here. And I want it a little bit more nested. There, now it's easier to see. My font is a little off. Hold on, 32. There we go. So here we have a tree structure of widgets. And we want to just flatten it, right? Pull everything to the left. So in this case, right, the resulting structure will be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, right? And this test works. You see that we have A. A has B, D, and E in it. So A has B, D, E. And then B has C. Right? E has F and I here. And F has G and H. And then we just check to make sure that they're in that correct order. So that works. The problem here is that we don't check the permissions. All right. So how do we do this and check the permissions? When we check the permissions for a widget, we will include it or an empty widget. So we're going to swap it if it's if we don't have permission. So somewhere here, we have this little bit of code here, which visits and returns one widget or the other. But I think what I'm going to do is, where is it? Here. In here, we're going to have some other function, right? So instead of putting something that we don't have permission to in the stack, we might actually put something else. So we need to check the permissions on this widget and then on anything, any of the children. Well, let's see that we do that. We have to do it before we push things onto the stack. So here or here. We need some function that takes a widget, returns a widget, and checks the permissions on this widget. Right. So if permission filter, widget filter. I mean, that's a really big name, but let's see. YLTR. Toss that up there. Take a widget. And we return one. Now inside of here, we need a couple things though. Right? I'm going to grab this other code. Looks like I hit paste twice. That was strange. There we go. So in this case, we need permissions and the roles. So this detects whether or not we have permission. We'll have to take roles here. Now, what is this going to be? This is going to be, oh, these are roles. Oops. Okay. So we look at the widget's permissions. Parentheses are required to parse this as an expression. It looks like there's an issue with this. Cenobite OffSec, thank you for that follow. Good morning. All right, these are supposed to be setting the permissions. So basically, has permission. It's going to be equal to false. Same thing here. So we set that to false. Erica, hopefully I didn't use rusty clippers. Ah, yes. That's all I have. That's all. I did it myself. It's a home job. Yeah. That's why you're not getting closer. Now, if we do not have permission, or if has permission. Oh, hold on. Maybe these should be true in here? This looks like I grabbed the wrong code. Flatten. Build widgets. No, that's fine. Yeah, it had been in here. All right. Anyhow, we'll just make it work. So if we have permission, then we return the widget that was passed in. If we do not have permission, we'll return a brand new widget. That's just the empty widget. That was... Oh, that code was right here. Yep, just an empty widget. Should probably have some other way of doing that. Okay, but our permission check is wrong here. He gets a kick out of his green sweater, makes him vanish. Yep. All right. So by default, we do not have permission. So if you can do this, that's a true. Or just has permission equals roles. In this case, we want to omit. In this case, we want to include. So if we require that you do not have a permission, let me check here. That looks all right, but now we need the roles passed in. Oh, thank you. We'll do that there. Then we will also do that here. That one's not mutable. The next one is. Okay, now in theory we have permissions on this. So let's double check that. Oh, now we need. We don't have any permissions defined on here. So we should be able to just have some empty array here. A little empty slice. Let's check and make sure that still passes. Oh, does it build? No. Cannot assign twice to an immutable variable. How about just once? Oh, and then we need to break. There. So the first one we get to in the parsing of the rules. I can see this getting a little bit more complicated, saying like, oh, you have to have this and that, but not yet. Okay. So this test actually loads up Node.js, loads the WASM into it, and runs it. Oh, it only had one, so it actually excluded it. Oh, because by default, it's false. Because there were no permissions to authenticate you. Well, let's add some permissions here. This wasn't permissions, is it? Oh, it is. Permissions. Oh, page view. Oh, we expected a rule. That's right. Rule with. There. So now, if we say you must have that permission later, or say that, let's give them a role that has that. So a visitor has that role. Okay. Hey, that worked. Oh, that's good. Okay. Now, would like to have some simple test for this. Um, test permissions and permission filter. So we'll have a widget here. The widget has a kind. That's a foobar or a foobie. And let's see, what else do we need on this? We need not children or anything else, just permissions. Hey, Bear Duda, Bear CTY, Bear Knuckles. Haircut day. Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, it's a little too warm. My wife saw this. She's like, well, why didn't you do everything else? Like, one step at a time. All right. We need a role here, or permission. Um, Admin view. So we're going to filter this based on whether or not this is included. Let's see, that's an admin widget. Yeah, that's a rule that has, oh, king. That should be kind. All right. So we have the admin widget. Then we need our permissions. Indie Monkey, good morning. How are you? And now we have to give the user's role. Okay. I don't know. Let's say I'm an admin. Okay. Then we'll just check the kind and see if it's booby or empty. I couldn't leave Fubi. Okay. We'll toss a couple of these. Oh, thank you. It's 4:33 p.m. there. Well, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Okay, so this is the positive case, and then we're going to do this again with the negative case. Say we're a visitor, and this shall be a not equal. Actually, no, I want it to be equal, but this should be empty. Okay, we got the empty widget back. Oh, value moved there. Is widget clonable? I don't want widget to be clonable. All right. So we have our admin widget with these two things. It tests whether it's positive and negative. Now we should check without admin. Let's do, what do I want to rename this to? Redirect. And this should be without. So if you're trying to go someplace that does not, where you do not have permission, somebody's saying, if you are without the admin view permission, we will show you a redirect widget. All right. And we will say that we are an admin. So this should be empty. It's because we have the role. Oh, this should be redirect. And then we do not have the role. So we should see redirect. All right. So in this case, we get it. And that should be the negative side of things. Are we missing any cases here? Empty. Good check to see that empty fails. No permissions. And in this case, we just have any set of permissions. This should always be empty because we don't have permissions to it. Okay. Oh, wrong test. Should be permissions. Oh, good. Okay. That worked. I like having tests for things like permissions and security. Especially when like the compiler knows it's correct. Well, where it compiles, but we need to check the logic, and it's really important to do that. Okay, so flatten widgets. We know that this works. We know that this works here. Then we need to do this build widget where we end up converting them. Now, we're missing a little bit of information here, and I've been slowly building this up just to make sure that the logic is correct. But this flatten widgets here, when it goes from this tree structure into this array, this vector, right? We do not know the structure anymore. So we say, oh, this widget has 2 children. That all that information is lost. So we need a little wrapper, and we're going to change this into a flat widget. Okay. Now, this flat widget needs to know what the widget is, right, and how many children there were. So when we push something onto the stack here, we get a widget. We need to preserve how many children it had before putting it onto the stack. So whenever we push something into that, because we need it in the result, it has to be a flat widget. So in this case, well, here we could work it backwards or go forwards with this, but let's go forward with it. That's flat widget with widget. And what was it? Child count? Children. Num children. There. widget.children, that's an option, right? Map. We're going to map this by getting the length of it. So if it does exist, we have children, ch.length, dot or unwrapper default. So we'll get 0 if there are none. And then we toss flat widget on there. Okay. Now with this case, when we get the widget permission filter, actually, should we be doing that there? I think I did that too early. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Come back. Okay. No. Yeah, that was too early. So when we put it into the stack, it's complete and whole. It has its children. When we take it off of the stack, we process it by taking it apart. That's where. Oh, that should be a flat widget there. Oh. What if? See, why does this map move it? So map on option moves it? I didn't think that was the case. Hold on just a minute, please. I've got something that came up. Just a moment. Give me 5 minutes. And hello. Sorry. Yeah, I was muted. I had to get some info for my wife. We're going to look at option. It's map. Oh, interesting. Map does take ownership of that. So we could iter, which borrows, then map the result of that. Iter first, map. Wow. I hadn't realized that option. It makes sense, right? You're mapping this into something else. But if we just want a reference to it, can we instead do a as ref? Oh, there we go. So we do an as ref, and then we can map it. Oh, interesting. To a peekablader in recent version. Oh, that's cool. Wow. That is cool. Oh, it's flat now. Dot widget dot kind. Good. Let's give it the test again. Let's see. This is page. Good. Okay. So all of that works. So now we have flat widgets coming out of this, right? Out of this, we've got flat widgets. Okay. The next stage of that is to actually convert the widget into a template feature. Why are we matching widgets? Oh, it's some or nothing. That's right. What do we do if it's nothing? I'll return a basically the future template that came in. Okay. And what about the other case? A while ago, someone asked for good resources for learning Rust. You gave them some link. One of them was on GitHub. Oh, sure. Do you remember which one it was? Because there's a couple links we give out. Well, there's Easy Rust, right? That's there. There's also, if you're doing macros, right? There's Ditolne's proc macro workshop, which is excellent. Well, those are the two that come to mind at the moment. I imagine you're thinking the Easy Rust one. That's kind of the, getting into Rust. Yep, perfect. Okay. Filter the widgets based on permissions, etc. So at this point, they're all flattened, right? So we have the vector of widgets based on the permissions. Flatten widgets. And what are the roles? Session roles. Hmm. What's in roles then? What is this? Model roles. Oh. Roles is a vector of roles. Fine. This is the only place this is ever used, so I'm going to change flatten widgets. That changes this. Oh, what? What would be referenced? There we go. Can is on there. Good. Hmm. That's not even public. How do we create that? Normally we create it by deserialization. Hmm. That, we could do it that way. I would rather hide that, but sorry. All right, back to the good stuff. So widgets into Twitter. Actually, that thing's still bugging me. Roles. We should just have a constructor on this. Hmm. Convert to name struct. Interesting. Generate impl for roles. Whatever. Pub function new. We will take a vector of role. That will no longer be public. Okay, now that's new. Much better. Where'd all the other errors go? Models page. Oh, there they are. Okay. No. Now we have to operate on the flat widgets. Okay. Now this is just going to be num children, so we don't have to do this any longer. Actually, let's just destructure that. Okay. So we have num children. We also have widget back. Then we have this child count and future template being passed back. Okay, and the tuple there. Hmm. Ooh, look at that. Might actually work. So in this case, we're going to run it. We can finally run it again. Cargo build. No. Our test environment. So this is compiling the Rust code to WebAssembly. Then it's uploading it to Cloudflare's workers, where it runs inside of a V8 engine. Page not found. Good. Admin. Ah, I didn't have permission. Login. Ah, now we got two of these. Perfect. Top level widget with no children. That is because all of our pages have the wrong permissions on them. So let's go to login. So you can see here, we've got Flash. See, what I was thinking was, if you didn't have permissions on this, then anybody could see it, right? And I like that. I like being able to say, oh, there's no permission here, like no requirement. So we're going to go change that. Let's start with a test. So if you have no permissions, then it should have shown up. Okay, we'll fix this test here. If let sum, let's switch this to a match, and in the none case, we will give permission. Some permissions, none. There we go. Check our tests. Nice. Okay. Run it again. Because now each one of these elements in the page will be rendered if it doesn't have permission set. And login, that should be open, right? Hmm. All right. Sorry, I was just thinking about that and what we could do for it. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. Okay. So it rendered the nested bits. Oh, fantastic. Okay. That is great. Nice. Okay. Because if we look, let's say we go back to login. We have nested children here. So we created this centering widget, right? And wrapped our login inside of it. Okay. Now, this is the login widget is centered in the page, which is perfect. Okay, let's reuse that center one. We use it for a couple other things. We use it for admin setup here, right? This is the same structure. Let's go to admin setup. That's not it. Admin dot setup. There we go. So this is going to be admin setup there. Oops. Get the template. There we go. Now, I think it's just these two, right? Well, let's look. Template center. Yeah. So this is how the children are now working. Right. We basically return a future that could do a number of things. Okay. And this is super simplified here for centering something. But eventually you return a closure, what we're calling a render function, that receives its children. So the children just get injected into the page here, one after the next. So we have a select, the section with columns is centered and is half desktop. So let's change admin setup and get rid of those two lines. Come over here, get rid of those two. Get that. Okay, 1, 2. Good. Oh, that's really cool. Now we can start to extract out little pieces instead of having to build one giant thing. All right, now we have nested widgets. So let's, oops, come back over here, write everything. Do it again. It should look exactly the same if everything works. Oh, and we have to upload the pages. Right. So first off, let's look at this. Okay, in the inspector, we look at the body. See, we have a section with a column and then a panel. So section, column, panel. Now, if we reload this, we're going to get the sections doubled up. Oh, no, it got removed. It got removed. That's right. So you can see that it's not centered anymore. So if we upload, pages to the test environment. It'll take a moment, but we'll be able to see that nesting is now working. And pages takes a while to sync. So even though it uploads, it could take like up to a minute. Oh, there it goes. Usually just a couple seconds, but I guess it's globally 1 minute. So now that's back to normal. That is fantastic. Ooh, I love our nested widgets with permissions. And that's cool for another reason. Because let's go into like the admin page. Right, not that one. Pages admin. Now in here, and we've got this redirect widget up here. Right. However, we could have some sort of wrapper widget that we set permissions on. So instead of having to have permissions for each one of these, we could have some kind right here, right? I don't know what kind it is yet. With permissions here, some of those, and the children would be these guys down here. Something like that. Then we could get rid of these other nested permissions. Like so. It makes it a little bit cleaner, right? Hmm. That's cool. I like that. So let's figure out what this AOEU one is. For the existing admin view, all right, we need to be able to log in. We're not logged in. Let's log in to Evil Halsey. Okay, let's go back to the admin view. All right, you can see, hey, login was successful. Have these users here, but we don't have the background color that we wanted. Template admin. Oh, we got rid of that file, didn't we? It had the outer bit on that. So right now we're just doing these three. Let's come up with a widget that just fills the available space that it has. And has some sort of background color. What would that be? That's I don't know if you can hear the goats. Components. See, we could say this is just like a box? No, that's too much. What's a block? It's a section, isn't it? It's a simple spacer tool. I guess we create our own. Okay, that can be that. And it's going to have, do we want to say classes here? What is this? Becenter. I'm going to stand up for a bit. Manually crank this desk up. Morning workout. All right. Let's call it background. And we will say class. Oh, we need this inside of props. Key value pairs are basically tuples here in little arrays. And we will say this has a background shade. This one. All right, so let's go make that background component. Source template background. Reuse center. Just drop that in there. Okay. Basically just loop on the children again. But we need to have our special properties being used on here. Here. So we'll take our widget. Make sure we're, yes. Okay. Now, widget has props, and that's this bag. Now we could take something out of the bag. We could take, what was it? What do we say? Color or something? Oh, class. All right, let's take class out then. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. Class. And now on this, I just toss class in there. Okay. Now let's go back to page. Model page. Source pages, model page. There we go. Where our mapping is. Where's our mapping? Here. And we need to toss in the widget. Does that really need to have the result there? It's always going to return that. One less operation. Okay. User list, sure. User delete. This is all just a template. No place that this actually throws. Same thing with like paragraph. Yeah, what do we do here? Oh, in this case, if there's an error removing something from the cookie jar, it's because this remove string has the potential to error out, right? That's fine. I'm not gonna get into that today. Okay, let's run it again. And we need to upload the admin pages, right? Because we want to see this on there. Okay, listening, admin got uploaded. We should still have our cookies from our last login. Oh, look at that. Fancy. And click into that. Then we've got our little user list there. Well, it's starting to come together. Now, what I really wanted was for this to be kind of full size, right? The container stops there. Their body should be full. All right. We want one other style in that. Let's see, what if we added 100% on that? Doesn't actually do it, does it? All right, I'm going to leave it for now because there's some other widgets that we should create later that will be helpful here, like having the top piece actually be fixed, right? So that this piece up here would be CSS sticky, and then everything would scroll underneath it, right? So if this got really, really short, right, you want that header to still be up there. So that'll come in time. But now there's a lot more flexibility, which gives us a lot to do. Okay, let's clean up this page here. This is our mimeograph user list. You can see we're listing the users here, even though it says mimeograph setup. In fact, some of these, like this little widget like that, could be its own little widget, right? Like in setup, right? Right, here's setup and login. Right? Very, very similar. So we're going to be adding breaking these pieces down into what we're going to call widgets, and see if we can come up with a good combination of widgets for the administration section. And once that's done, we'll start focusing on the client side. Good morning, Midnight Muffins. It is new. It is new. Yeah, I actually did it using the same colors that we use in our Vim theme. So all those colors are Challenger Deep colors. It's got to be all cohesive. Gonna pour some water. How's everyone doing? It's been a good weekend so far. Got the signature frames front and center. Oh yeah. Figured I had to. Which is funny because this was totally an accident. I had no forethought on this. All I thought was I wanted my reading glasses to be really visible. Right? And so when I was in the optometrist place, saw like this red case. I'm like, oh, there's no way I'll miss that. So here we are. I wish I was more clever like that, but I don't know. It's not there yet. It'll come with time. I hope. All right. So let's get that widget extracted. What is that widget? Setup, admin setup here. So we basically have a body and a heading. Hmm. And this can actually take two children, one for the text and the other for whatever this is. But that means we need a text component here. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Our text component's going to be cool later. Because we're going to use tricks, the rich text HTML thing for editing these. Oh, that's going to be cool. Okay. These pieces here, I imagine some of these containers are going to just have options which end up enabling these. So I'm going to have to figure that out. So this is the margin top of 6. So, well, whatever Bulma says margin top 6 is. And that's what gives us this big gap at the top. If we didn't have that, oh, here. So we can see it actually move. Yeah. It's a little higher on the page. Not too bad. And this section actually gives it a bit of space there, which is good. So maybe we just forego that for a bit. Because the rest of it we can call just a panel. Is that what it's called in Bulma? Panel? Layout. Form. No. Components. Panel. Well, let's just call it a panel. I want to check on their GitHub again real quick. All right. Just looking at the license, MIT. I think I'm just going to be componentizing a bunch of these Bulma pieces. So, panel it is. And panel. Hmm. Panel's just going to be a bunch of widgets. Right. There's nothing specific. No like properties we need to pull out of it yet. We're going to grab this one. Go back into panel. Set in there. Okay, now we need admin setup bits. Here, we're going to have the heading and body. The heading's always going to be the first one, right? So we'll take the heading there. Now let's change this children into a to an iterator. Children is equal to children iter. Okay, heading is children first or next. I think it's just next. All right. That's the first one. Then we iterate over the remainder of the children, putting it in there. They're gonna work? Hmm. Is it because it's an option? Oh, interesting. So maybe that's an option. What do we do if we don't have that? We just don't do anything, right? Hmm. All right, so in this case, we'll just omit that. If let sum header is equal to header. Ooh, a joke time. All right. A piece of rope walks into a bar. The bartender says, "We don't serve your kind around here." The rope walks out of the bar, ties himself up, and unravels his ends. The rope walks back into the bar. The bartender says, "Aren't you that rope that was just in here a minute ago?" The rope says, "Nope, I'm afraid not." Bravo. Bravo. Some days I seem to forget about collecting these midnight muffins. Here we go. Where's our paste and match style? Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, this should be an intuitor because we need owned elements on the way out. It needs to be mutable. There we go. That seems all right. And let's go to page, models page. Background, we're going to say this is panel. Nothing special in there. Where did we copy that from? Did we copy that from the center? We did. Panel. No. Page. There's that center. Sort it. Someone is eating a plate of spaghetti at a restaurant. After a few seconds, he sees a worm come out that says, "Phew, what a party." Oh, it's so messed up. All right. Indie monkey. You'll be in here. If I could type your handle there. All right. Edit, paste, match formatting. Not so bad. Like there's just something subtly wrong with it, you know? It's like I like that little I don't know. It's all right. So now we have panel. Let's go into login and where's our login thing? Well, this is interesting because now ooh, for these we actually need like a form and some extra stuff too, don't we? Because here, if we did go look at login, we've got the panel on the outside, right? We could have the heading here, but then, okay, so then we'll have a form as the body? It's amazing how quickly these things just kind of, I don't know, fall into place. Yeah. All right, so let's go back to pages login. So we'll have login here, right? But login's going to get reduced into a number of other things, right? I'm going to toss that down there. We are going to have kind, panel, and panel's going to have two children. Okay, with a comma, yeah. One of the children is going to be that login there. So that's one. The other is going to be some other kind. Text? Or maybe we say it's HTML. Rich text. There we go. This will be rich text. And the props here for the rich text are going to be just value. Then we have the serialized rich text there, like so. Now for login, what was it that we had in login? We just say login. Okay. That's it. Just rather plain rich text, but that's fine. Then the next section is actually going to be login. And we will remove that from there. Come back over here. Login is being reduced to just that form. Okay. Great thing about this is hopefully, the amount of overhead for each individual one of these overcomes the amount of duplication we have, right? So I'm hoping that, not diesel. CD mimeograph there. Like the file size, it'd be great if it becomes more flexible, the size actually shrinks. So we'll see. I don't think that's going to be the case, but eventually it would have been, right? Because we would have had so much duplication. All right. So then we have login. Anything else? We need to build a rich text. We just built panel. Source, templates, rich text.rs. Mod rich text. Go to models page. Rich text is going to be a rich text feature. Now it's going to take value off of its widget. We need that. Yep, no future in there yet. We're going to go back to center. It's a nice small little thing. So I've been using it as a little template here to just get some of the boilerplate out of the way. So this takes its widget. Was it by reference? I think that's what it is. Okay. Then we end up getting the rich text off of it. Widget dot props dot value on route per default. Because if it's not, if there's nothing there, we're just going to keep it simple. In which case, we return pre-escaped. This is interesting. Children's going to be not used. We're not going to have children to this, I think. Ooh, that would be interesting if you could have other widgets as children to the rich text piece. Ooh. Turtles all the way down. Our markup is going to be pre-escaped. And then the string, which would be rich text. Okay. What else do we need for this? I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's passed in to be owned. Okay, that's fine. Cannot borrow is mutable because it wasn't declared as mutable. Looks like it's getting close. Okay. We need to upload our pages, though. All right. Let's run dev. Did we finish? Let's see. We did got to login, didn't we? I think we did. Let's sort this again. There we go. Oh, detecting the changes. Of course I did. So hopefully this looks identical. Oh, look at that. Okay. Nearly identical. But we have login here, which is cool. So what are we missing? Oh, we're missing center, aren't we? No, we have center with panel. We're missing center. Hmm. So we have flash at the top. We have center. In fact, we could put the flash as part of that. So it's not so wide. Oh, we found a bug. Why did that get emitted? Okay, let's clear that. Reload. Top level widget with no child. And then we have widget with child. And it looks like the child is getting rendered. The panel is, but not the parent. Hmm. Fascinating. That's going to be in template mod, isn't it? Here. Here. So in this case, we do all the widget building. Then we get the template features out, wherever it is. Oh, widgets and the children count. And in this case, the widgets are, those are template features, right? Template features. Just going to rename them. This future me is going to thank me for this. Okay. Let's go back one. This should be template features. Okay. Oh, I see. That's why. But that's okay because we actually returned the same object there. Okay. Pop in here. We get our template features. There's the styles. And now here. Here you can see where we were debugging. All right, so we could debug this. We could extract it. We have this self.write thing going on. Other than that, we could extract it. Be nice if we had like a writer we could pass in. What this write actually enqueues these writes. All right. Sorry, I was lost in thought there for a moment. Template features. So we get a widget, right? And we get the count. We get the widget function. So we unwrap the future. If the count is 0, then we do one thing. If count is more than 0. So the child count, which is going to be our first element, right? Because, so the first one has definitely more than one. Right, it's got, well, it's kind of, it actually doesn't have any. So the first one's fine. It doesn't have any. That's the flash. So it would have come through here, right? So if it equals 0, we get the last thing on the stack. Where's widget stack? Where's that defined? Oh, just outside. Okay. Where widget stack? We push our HTML onto it. And if the number of children at the top of the stack equals the length of the stack, then we render this out. We replace the children. I think it's probably here where this is happening. Sorry, there's this thing going on. Stressing me out. All right. See, it can't be this because we end up replacing the stack. We end up taking that. That's fine. I think I just need a little bit more logging in here or maybe some better tests. Really, some better tests would be nice here. Is there a better way to do this? Basically what we're going through here is that flattened list of components, right? We know how many children a component has and the definition of that component. But it's a flat list at this point. So we end up using a stack and waiting on the futures for these individually. I can't believe that we're missing an entire widget. Center just vanishes. So this would have been a top level widget that has multiple children. So when it came through there, right? Here, let's re-render that. Let's make sure we have logging in here for that. So log kind widget.kind. Okay. Yeah. I should just fix my macro. I mean, TT is what, a token tree? Okay. That's all right. Let's just keep going. No children. Has children. So we go through there. And then what is top at that point? Top is a function. Top, middle, or so is this correct? Top level widget with no children. Come in here, child count 0. We get the last thing off the stack. That means there's nothing on the stack. It means we're at the very top. And that's top level content with no children. Is there an else here that we're missing? I wonder if we're falling into that. Oh. Oh, we don't know what the kind is. That's fine. Because at this point, they're just the futures. Loop start. Something generic there. Okay. One more time. All right. Oh, look at that. So loop start, no children. That's a flash one. Then basically I have a top level widget with no children. So that finishes up. Then we have loop start again. Has children. Loop start again. Has children. Loop start. No children. We're at the top. Then we bail out. Loop start. No children. Top. Okay. So we have to fix this here. Oh, my stack isn't correct. I wish I could see a little bit more data. What do we have here? This is the count. So top.0. And there we can see the count. And let's also see the stack length. Stack size. Okay. To string. Okay. The debugging is gross, but it works. I'm gonna just restart it. Okay, there we go. Refresh. All right, loop start, no children. Okay. Why do we have so many loop start, no children? Or has children, no children. So when we get to the point where we have no children, then our child count is 2 and our stack length is 0. Why is that? Oh, and thank you for the follow. Stephen Codes. Thank you. How you doing? All right, maybe we draw this out. Okay, the first piece I get, right? The second piece, because we have Flash, and looking back at the data here, it's this one here that we're concerned about. So we have children, children, and no children twice. Interesting. I wonder if it's the combination here. Okay, so if we get to this point and we ask for all right, so child count 0 on the first one. So Flash is fine. Then we come through and we have a child, right? So we come into this section down here at the bottom. Now this, all we do is push this widget onto the stack. Child count and function, right? We'll say, okay, we're going to render you later. We have to render your children first so we can pass them into you. All right, so we store this on the stack with the child count. And then we come through again, right? But there's more children, right? So the first one has children. The second one, panel, has children. So we do the same thing. Pop into here, toss this widget onto the stack. Say, you still have more stuff to figure out before we can get to you. Then we come through. And that one had 2 children. Either of those has no children. Both of those have no children. So we come into here for the first child, right? So we did has children, no children, no children. Then we get to the, which section? No children. Top, child count 2, stack length 0. Top, child count 2. So the top child, the one that we just pushed on there, has 2 children that it needs. Okay. So if we have all of the children we need for that, really, our stack length currently, which stack are we actually looking at here? The HTML stack. Ah, the rendered children. So the HTML stack is the rendered children. The widget stack is the parents waiting for rendered. So at this point, we actually have to take this and put it in the HTML stack. Oh, interesting. Do we use the HTML stack anywhere else? No. So yeah, it's just this section here where we have to do that. In this case, if we do not need any children, that's a pre-escaped bits. Okay, so we have to push this onto there. I'm surprised that this actually rendered out so as far as it did. Because at this point, we ended up doing nothing. I guess by not doing anything? So we push the markup onto there. And we don't do anything. Then we start again. No children. Stack length is 1. But why? Top child count. It wants to. Stack length is 1. And then it goes into that. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. And then it just finishes. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. Oh, I see. There we go. Should be working now. Hey, there we go. All right. So it ends up failing. But it looks like we do properly push this on the stack. I think the problem is that once we've finished going through all of the children, we never finish popping things off of the stack. But we still have things on the stack that didn't get consumed. So we're... Well, it's some widgets. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. We need a second loop. I think it's... Is it this section here? I think it's here. So we end up pushing something onto the stack, right? And this comes through. We do this. So there's nothing that gets done here because basically the work was already done ahead of time. We push something onto the stack. But doing this again wouldn't help anything, would it? Because if we came through again, no, we have to actually look at the widget stack again. And we don't process the widget stack, do we? Yeah, it's here. Okay, that's where it is. We're not actually finishing up the widget stack. So it feels like we should have come through here, right? And at least done a check to see should this have run a second time. Some markup. Why wouldn't we just make it into a string ahead of time? Because when we write it, we want it to go into a string. Yeah, it's pre-escaped. We pass the children. Oh, I see. Okay. If we did that into a string, oh, mm, okay, fine. We'll leave it. This is too complicated. It needs to be simplified. Let's start adding comments. The child. All right, so widget has no children. So yeah, why wouldn't we just push it into the piece here? So we render it. But why are we looking to see if the widget stack has something? Here we end up popping it, right? Yeah, why wouldn't we just do this in two pieces, right? Um, I'm going to stage this. because as far as I know, it's still working. Okay, all of those can go. Okay. Same. Let's do it again. So we come through here. When we have no children, we should push that into the HTML stack, right? And after that, we check to see if the thing on the top of the widget stack takes children, which of course it should because some were pushed into the stack. So yeah, I think it's actually wrong to check here. I think we should have rendered it, right? Created the markup here. Oh, but that's only if it takes no children, right? So if it doesn't take any children, we do that, and then we push that into the stack. Like so. Okay, so it's in the stack regardless. Now we see, does the widget on the top of the stack have enough here? Which is exactly this code here. We see, okay, the last one, the top of the stack. Is there enough on the stack to feed you? So this here, the stack, this shouldn't be equal. I guess at this point it could be, right? Because if it is equal, as you're pushing things on, as soon as you finish, no, it just needs to be greater than or equal to. Okay, so it's greater than or equal to, no, I did that backwards. Right, because I basically want the stack length to be greater than or equal to the needed amount. Can I flip? Yes, perfect. Hey, Devashis, how you doing? So then we come through here. I'm going to leave that there for now. Come through here. Because we have something at the top of the stack, right? We do not want to replace what's there because what if it is more than, this is the part I'm kind of struggling with as we're going through these widgets, is it possible to actually have more than enough on the HTML stack? Because if as soon as there's enough, we're always taking it off, it feels like it should be equal, right? Yeah, I think that's going to be fine because if that is fine, then we should be able to do a standard mem replace for the HTML stack, right? Just give us the HTML stack. We'll pass that into the children, come through there like so. And then here, so child count is 0. We do this. Then if the child count is not 0, we do this. So we come through. Child count is going to be 0 for flash. Push it on there. Then we check to see if the last one on the stack has everything that it needs. It will. Actually. Oh, and thank you for that follow. Is that Vaishnavi 812? Thank you. So then we always get the last, the one on the top of the stack. What's that?
I have beaten level 1 of the impossible game.
Okay.
I'm currently doing the original one.
All right. Nice. So now by putting this up here, it changes some of the behavior down here. I'll have to change that. Which has no children. Okay, that doesn't make sense there. Here. The widget has no children. Render it. And put it HTML into the stack. If instead it has children, then we save the widget for later. Okay. So we come through and we see if there is something on the stack. While it's some. So we look at the top of the stack, come through here. If the stack length is set up so that it can be printed out, then we do that. Otherwise, we break. Okay. Now for Flash, it's going to be straightforward. We come through, it has no children. We render the markup, put the markup onto the HTML stack. And that's fine. But we have no more widgets. Right? All we have is the HTML stack. Mm. So this can go back up in here. So widget stack should have been empty at that point. Because the only time we end up pushing something is if it has children. But this one, I should just like clear this out, do it from scratch. Because I'm trying to just move these pieces around and that's not helping. Okay, let's just toss it back down there. So if we have children, you go in the stack, right? And then we continue. if you do not have children, come in here, set up markup, all that. See, there's one piece missing here. And it's not it there either. All right. So we come through with Flash. Child count is 0. That's correct. Generate its markup. Put the HTML stack on there. And then we see whether or not we have any widgets in the stack. And what do we do if we have HTML in the stack but no widgets in the stack? All right. Because in this case, the HTML would have been generated. Ideally, if it needs no children, we could just render it out, right? But no. It needs to go in the HTML stack because it might be a child for something else. All right. All right. Then if the widget stack, so this here works if you had something in the widget stack. See, the problem is that it's a widget and it's the only one. Hmm. Oh, man. I think at the very end, if we get to the end, no, see, that has to be written out before we exit here. Because these up here, we're doing like top level widgets, right? Oh, no, we're not. We're not. These are flat widgets. Ugh. Okay. So we get to the end of the widget stack. Excuse me. Well, so it's been quite the challenge. I keep forgetting that this here is the flat list of widgets, right? Because the only time that we know that we've actually made it back up to the top is that there's nothing in the widget stack when we get to the end of this loop. So at that point, we have to dump out the HTML stack. Or there should only be one thing at the end of the HTML stack. Because if we have children, let's do this the other way. So if we go through and we have children, we push it onto the stack, right? Then we continue. Then we come back through. And let's say we only have one widget, or one child of this widget. It's like, okay. Then we render it, we put in the HTML stack. Then we come out here, right? Because we didn't continue there. Then if the top of the widget stack needs the HTML stack, then we use the HTML stack and we pass it in. We write it out and we go to the next loop, right? And that works. The problem is if you don't have any children, we come through here, right? So the top level element ends up being pushed onto the HTML stack, but then there's no widget to consume it, right? Which is kind of this one here, but I want to do this in a loop. There, this used to be a if let sum, right? And if let sum. So otherwise, we'd come through here, the markup, which would be whatever is here, right? The HTML stack. That would get dumped out. Top level widget with no child. So this here, it'd be nice to loop through this. Because if there's more, like if you've had multiple things pushed onto the stack, you want to be able to climb the stack back up. Right? However, if there is nothing, so if we did that in a loop, right, with a while let sum, and then we got down to the bottom, how do we know that we're supposed to do this? Maybe if widget stack dot is empty, we write it out, right? Otherwise, we do this loop. We toss this over here. So we come through, we see, hey, the widget stack is empty. Yeah, we don't have any markup. That's going to be HTML stack. We'll have to pop that. So that goes through. Yeah. Now, so we go through that one, and that one should work now. But now when we start to come through and we have something with multiple children, for example, so flash, I think that'll work. Now, for this section where we have children and then no children. What's going to happen? So we have 3 levels, right? Comes through. Oops, too far. Comes through here. So we get the top level, it's center. Start the loop. Has children. Comes into this section. Tosses it on there. Push. Same thing again, second time. So now we have 2 widgets on the stack. Third time we come through. Child count 0. Toss some HTML up on the stack. We say, hey, is your widget stack empty? Nope, we have 2 on it. Then we come through here. We take a peek at the last item on the widget stack. Okay. If the HTML stack has enough children for us. Wait. So we're 2 in. So I'm going back to the state where we had 2 widgets in the widget stack. And then we're going to come around for the 3rd level, which has no children. We get pushed the markup onto the HTML stack. So we have 1 on the HTML stack, 2 on the widget stack, which means we come into this else here with 2 on the widget stack, and it needs to have 2 children. Okay, but yeah, not enough there yet. So we log, we break out of there, out of this while, and continue. So we come back around. Child count 0 again. That gets pushed here onto the HTML stack. So now we have 2 elements on the HTML stack, 2 on the widget stack. And the top element on the widget stack needs 2 children. So we come into this while. We take a look at the top element there. And oh, I see the bug. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so basically we have 2 elements in the HTML stack, 2 in the widget stack. Come through. We've got exactly 2. And if the HTML stack is actually greater than or equal to, because I think I see a scenario where it's possible to have more than 1 element in the HTML stack. Yeah. Okay. So we pop the top off of that. We need to do a slice here. Because I think the situation where you could have too many things in the HTML stack, right, for something like this is no, that's not still not true. Okay. So I still think there's a way, right? Because if this one was in there and the next one had children, let's say that this one had 2 children, this HTML would be in the stack. And this one would then have to render its 2 children in the stack, which would make the HTML stack have 3 elements in it. Yeah, okay. So that has to be greater than or equal to, and we need to split the HTML stack. We need to take the elements off the HTML stack at a certain position. How do we do that with a vector? Vector. Resize, retain, shrink to. That doesn't give us the remainder. Splice. split off. There we go. Splits a collection into two at the given index. Perfect. Returns a newly allocated vector containing the elements at the range A at to the length. Cool. After the call, the original vector will be left containing the elements from 0 to at, with the previous capacity unchanged. Okay. So we will have to do that. So we have HTML stack dot split off. What was split at? What's that do? Hmm. Let's just split off. And where is that going to be? That's going to be the length minus HTML stack dot length minus the number of children that are needed. And that's top dot zero, maybe. Top dot zero, yeah, that's the use size. Okay. Okay. So going back to our scenario, two elements on the widget stack, two elements now in the HTML stack. Well, let's say if we have one is empty. Second time through for the HTML stack, we would come into this section. So if it's greater than or equal to that, we split off that, toss that in there. But we should not write it out yet. That should actually be going into the HTML stack. That returns result pre-escaped. We don't want to go into string on that. That needs to get pushed. So instead of doing the write here, whatever. Then we push that onto the stack. No stack dot push content. That way, the second level widget is now content. So we've gone from two elements in the HTML stack and two elements in the widget stack to having one widget in the HTML stack and one widget in, well, one in the HTML, one in the widget stack. So then we come through a second time, looking at the top element. It's one-to-one. We end up pushing the results of that into the HTML stack. Yeah. This whole thing is just going to be pushing things into the HTML stack. Like even this one should just push. And then after all of this, we take the HTML stack and write it out. Yep. All right. Which is not exactly what I want to do because I want to be able to write these things out a little bit sooner. I want to kind of stream the result out. But I don't know when we've climbed back up the stack all the way. I guess if the widget stack is empty and there's HTML left, we should write it out like here. This should basically start to collapse things and produce HTML. Yeah, that'll be on the right. We'll come back. Content stir pre-escaped. Let's just push this into the HTML stack. Um, then at the end of this, we can write it out. Huh. Yeah, that should work. So if widget stack is empty, then we write out the contents of the HTML stack, which should always get kind of reduced to one thing because the stack will grow and it'll collapse down into one element. Log flush size. It's going to be HTML stack dot length dot toString, something like that. That should only be one thing in there. Was some. Oh, is HTML stack? That's not stirs. This isn't correct. It's yeah, we need the iter on that. Or I'll have to move. Where? And good morning, MXKWL. How you doing? All right. Borrowed here after move. Oh, because of the loop. Okay. Yeah, at this point, we're really kind of consuming it. Standard mem replace HTML stack with a new vector.
You have what? Look, the damsel. Oh. Well, you had your buddy still.
All right. Check, then run it. This is going to go fantastically horrible. All right, wait for it to listen. It's listening. Load. Haha. We got it. First try. Oh, wow. So we have section. We've got these elements here. New profile. Yeah, Final Spartan. Welcome. How you doing? Actually, it doesn't look like... Say flush size, flush size. 1, 1. What about... Do I not set an error? I thought I set an error if... Yeah, missing flash. Okay, that's fine. Admin setup. Save. See, I think we're missing flash. Flash isn't rendering. Oh, I was so hopeful. Yeah, we're missing flash. See, this here, I should fail. Right. All right. Okay, so coming through here, I need to test with a flash value, right? But it's hard to get. I guess we could just hit login. No, there should have been flash specified. Yes. Network HTML post. Look at the response headers. Email error. Password error. Set cookie. Oh, is there no flash error on that? Oh. Well, there's no flash on that. Let's test the flash. We're going to change that. Log in. No, it's in session. So if that fails, like in this case, event.response.flash error. Halsey was here. Okay. Oh. Is it in cookie jar now? There we go. And that's a string. A cow. Okay. Now, whenever we get an error filling that stuff out, we should see flash. And log in. Halsey was here. Perfect. Okay, so it is working. Okay, now log in. I would rather have that flash inside the center bits. That was a quick refactor. Nice. Log in. Log in. Keep doing that until, oh, look at that. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, no, not doing that. Let's put it here. Wow, that's working amazingly well. Log in. Waiting for it to move. Come on, move. You can do it. Wow, that is horrible. Children, flash, and then panel. Why does it look so awful? Oh, wrong monitor. There we go. Center, half desktop. We have flash here. Oh, no, I don't get it. We just have a form. Oh, it's in the wrong thing. It's in panel. It should not be in panel. We found a bug. So it looks like flash. And this is the setup I was talking about before, where we ended up with um, two children, one and two, and the second child has multiple children, right? And what's happening here, if we go back to the browser, got our top level child, right? And that has this section here, which is the centering bit. These are part of the same thing. That's center. And then center has two children. Again, our flash is ending up as the first child of the panel. So this here ended up as the first child in the panel. I mean, maybe because we did used to have it over there, right? It used to be the first child. Did we not upload it? I don't think that's the case, but little sanity check before we go changing things. So yeah, it's ended up as the first child there. Okay. Let's refresh that a couple times. Doesn't look like it's changing. Okay. Let's look at this here. Run that. Loop start has children, yes. Loop start, no children. That's the flash? So yes. That's the flash, no children. Top, child count 2. Stack length 1. AOEU, so we break. Right, then we loop start again. Has children. Loop start. Because there are now that many needed. Oh, we need to have. I see. Problem is this here. HTML stack ends up having 2 elements in it, right? Because we first create one here, and then we create one here, and then it's done. So really we need to take into account the size of the HTML stack before we got into this. How would we do that? This feels like horrible code.
Will you check us on here? Hey, no, without the tokens. Perfect. No, I have nothing to say. You.
Whenever we push something into the widget stack, we increment that, right? Like, oh, we need at least this many.
Yes, you do.
We could modify that there.
Do I think those?
No, because we have the information. The information is the size of the widget stack. So if you have one element in the widget stack, is that true? No, it's not. Okay. I think those are the only places where we mutate that. Okay. So the HTML stack length is equal to the number of needed children. I could pop that off. There's an edge case in there too. It's basically if it's in the same thing here. Those needed children would be 2, right? And then this one will get pushed on there. It'd be 4. And then this would only be equal. HTML stack would be equal to 2 at that point, which means that we wouldn't pop these values off.
Gamble spawns there?
It really be its own type. Basically, when a widget enters the stack, it has to record how many elements were already in the stack at that point, because from that point on are its widgets. So it's not like this. Can't do it that way. So instead of having needed children like so, and like so, this stack of widgets has to be a little bit more complicated. We need the size that it needs along with the number that were there before us. So the combination of this plus that should let us know how many. This would be HTML stack dot length. Oh, don't do that. Okay. And then when we're getting this out, and then if that is equal to top dot 0 plus top dot 1, this is going to get refactored. Okay. And this is top dot 2. Yeah. I think that's it. Yep. All right. Hmm. All right. We're going to commit this, and then we're going to refactor it and make it awesome.
Hands up, up, Evan, up.
Ooh. All right.
Yes, instead. No. Maybe it smells a damsel?
So we need something that represents this. All of this. And Page has not too much stuff. We could probably toss it in here. All right, so we'll have one of those. Flat widgets renderer. And our flat widgets renderer, or maybe we just say that's page content or something nicer like that. I'll toss that there. And a page content is going to be a number of things. Render next. Something, I don't know. Cell. Sure. And this will produce a string that the write function can return. Okay. Yeah. Basically, it's going to return these things here. Okay.
Oh yeah, the second game. I think they had shortcuts as well. Yeah. Who has on the PS4? Well, I was waiting for a project. Yeah, we'll have to get
Functions are not allowed to instruct. Oh, of course. My mistake. Sorry, Rust. I know you're not Java. Impl. Yes. There we go. So this needs all sorts of stuff. Right? So we are going to go to here. Oh, I forgot. What's actually needed here? Let page content. Really? What? Do we already have one of these? No. Okay. Equals. No. All right. Why not let some content contente is equal to page content render next self.right content.
oh,
Well, that should be a string. So we need what? Children count and oh, okay. So we need children count and what was the other one? Template features.
you need to jump higher. Let's
What is the type of this one here? Oh, that's our template features. Okay. No, it's a vector of those. Oh, not quite. It's a futures ordered of that.
think that's where the black market is. Somewhere. Right.
We could probably borrow those, right? Okay. What's it saying? This function should return, a result to that. It's actually going to be a result, an option to a result.
So like that guy in the box. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the box. Let me a sticky bomb. Look at that. Hey, you've been.
Which is stack. We've got our HTML stack. Children count. That's going to be passed in.
What? The spider. The damsel. She's been there too long. So why do you have to do the
Okay. Well, our question marks don't quite work there. Maybe this should be flipped. It should be a result to an option string. That's better. Good. Yep. Okay. So how are we going to do this? I think we need some other pieces in here. It'd be nice to be able to like zip these together. Sorry, computer troubles over there. All right. So we have these two elements that could be a little cleaner. Got these two stacks that we should probably represent internally. So we need to have the state here. We have to be there.
I called it friends. Actually, how many sections left?
All right. Let's zip these together. I wish there was a better way to represent the combination of these. Like taking it back to like a flat widget, but like a, I don't know. Because this really isn't a widget, right? This is just that the future that's resulted in the function that we're gonna call.
You're leaving the free bread?
So let's combine those. Let's have something that represents those two. Flat template. I'm struggling for a name there. Just one moment, please. More technical assistance. All right.
Grab a health one.
I will call them flat templates. Get rid of that. We'll implement this. Pub async function next. It's going to be we need to take self on that. It's a mutable reference to self, right?
What's that frog you went? Oh, the orange frogs are like bombs, except they don't put them. He killed himself. Wait. Where's your freeze right?
It's kind of like a renderer, isn't it? Hmm. I don't know. It's not a great name. Oh, I see. We actually want to have an iterator here, don't we? Hmm. We want to have an iterator here. Actually, what is the is it into iterator or vector? What's it called? We want this one, center vec into iter. Okay. And that takes a type. And the type here is going to be a use size. Okay. So child count is going to be children. Okay, children count dot into iter. Okay. So now we have that iterator, and we can just call next on it.
Person. Look, there's a person in that dark green one. What?
Nice to be able to get rid of that. All right.
I wonder what he looks like here.
It's either that or we return something else. Because in this case, we end up with a widget stack.
Neat boy.
What we should do here is actually map this.
No jumping shoes. Please say no jump.
There we go. Why is that a result? Next. Because this here is going to return. See, we await that, and then we get a result back. So we could toss that there. Okay.
See what we can look like now.
Great result. Use size to something else. Okay, getting closer. Now this here, the box dying FN once, we've got a type alias for that, don't we?
Right left.
It's this one, render function.
Means up. Right. Was powered by objects.
Oh, is that not a result there? I thought that was a result. Template futures is going to produce. Was it an option to that? Because next should be an option, right? Next one is next. And we await that. That's going to be an option. We map the option. Value here is result. Oh, I see. Can we toss that on there? No. Eh. Hmm.
There goes the candle.
So we either have a sum or a none, right? None you could pass through as
How big your name is taller than?
that.
You're watching with me.
Or if we do have something, we have this result here that we have to bail on. Oh, actually, we could say this is a okay value. Then we could have one for error. And in this case, we would simply return error, create error from error. No? Oh. Okay, but if it's okay, come through here. That needs to be inside of an okay. Some okay. Which means that this has to be an okay none.
Big one. Yeah.
There we go.
What do Jack spiders look like?
Gonna call new on that. That template sent next. Oh wait. Question mark sum count. Widget function. Oh, missing a paren. There we go. Okay. I'll self on a bunch of those.
We have to kill it to be your
Now the self.write. In this case, we are simply returning that string. Definitely needs to be mutable. Okay. No errors. Oh, and should we have it borrow those?
Fail.
No. Who calls this render function? So we could just pass these into that. I like that much better. There we go. That's gone. Gone. Oh, that's looking so much better. Okay. We have to wait that, don't we? It needs to be mutable. Yep. Okay. Let's try it again. Good. Good. Wow. We going to Portland or LA? CDN trace. Seattle. Hmm. Unknown widget type center. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that there was a difference between publishing it and running dev on it. Huh. Fascinating. See that should still work. Mimeograph test. Yeah, it's the same URL. This is the same thing that we did earlier. This should just work. I don't understand why it wouldn't work for this one. Okay. That's what I want to see. Less than 100 milliseconds. Page rendered. That makes me smile. That's nice. Oh, I like that. That's really cool. That's so cool. Wow. That's even with all the console logging. We could probably make it faster, but just by removing that trash.
Green shoes. How is that feeling? That's good. No, buddy.
Okay.
Buddy.
But yeah, that there. That's magic. All right. So now these are being passed in. We could try to combine these into something else. That would be amazing. Because I don't want to have that to unwrap later. Yeah, but I think it's more important to get this broken down. Oh, my mouse is gone. Hmm.
Oh no, it's this level. This is a super scary level.
Mm.
Hey, at least you know. Arrow. Where do you get money every time you light a torch?
Let's create a little type for that. Page content, widget renders. This here.
Well,
It's a render widget. It's a renderer.
yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Just
I have the function, which is a template future. That's a render function.
I hope there's a new character. There's a new one.
I'll count. Okay.
Oh, wait, Alex. There's no one to. Yeah.
And one more paren. Now we have a renderer.
Ah, nice. There was a thingy there.
Oh, these aren't public. Really? That's a renderer. It's a field, not a method. Yes, that's right. Oh, all right. Huh. Oh, and this one, we need a little bit more. Um, we could just put this in here. Stack renderer. This will take the renderer, and HTML stack length.
Mm. Alex, remember how we figured out how to enter? What? Remember how we figured out how to enter? Dan, Connor.
Oh, that's gotta go out. Hey, iHeartCoding, how you doing? How are you? I'll pull that out here. A widget stack. Rename that to stack renderer. Stack renderer dot zero. What was dot zero? Dot zero was dot renderer dot child count. Okay. Now what do we have here? Stack renderer dot. It's the same as before. Renderer dot child count dot HTML stack length. We'll clean this up a little bit.
Seriously, no weapon. No weapon.
Okay. Let's rename this. Oh, and this one. Child count. Now, is this split off? Yeah, let's save that to local.
What do the glasses do?
Wow. Okay. It's a little better. We're trying to clean up our render function, introducing a couple more types. Now that we have those, we should probably make these little functions. So what are we doing first? Because in this case, what are we doing here? If the child count's 0, we end up creating HTML or pushing it on the widget stack. Right? So maybe we have like a self dot add to stack. And then it's actually going to add to either one of the stacks, depending on the renderer. Hmm. All right. So in this case, so I don't just want to like take these and drop them into some functions, right? We're going to reason through them and see like, okay, well, could this be cleaned up? What's the real, you know, so we could do like a self dot, I don't know, sort to stack the renderer. Because after that, we don't really do anything with the value that came in because it's been moved. But look, there's a return value, right? Do we continue on here or not?
so much fun doing lava.
Now, what are we doing here with this? Stack is empty. Because if it is not empty, then we take a peek at the last element. I'm just going to comment out the logging for now.
No! How did I? Dark.
All right. Now, here, I actually want to do a publish. I want to see if that actually makes it noticeably faster, right, measurably faster, without the logging in there. Okay. 81, 15, 73. No, actually, 90. It's coming out about the same. 69, 14. That's fast. Let's run Lighthouse on that. Generate report. We lost one little bit on performance. What happened with performance? Was it this? Diagnostics. Hmm. Hmm. No. Is this just informational there? That one. Largest contentful paint element. Accessibility is okay. Need better contrast. That's fine. Best practices. Script source. Consider adding unsafe inline to be backwards compatible with older browsers. It's like, this is just huge. All right, except for one very specific case, you should avoid using the unsafe inline keyword in your CSP policy. As you might have guessed, it is generally unsafe to use unsafe inline. All right. We can prevent our app from loading JS from badguyexample.com using CSP. Now, because we specified self in the script source directive, okay. When is it okay to use unsafe inline? It is only okay to use unsafe inline when it is combined with strict dynamic directive. On browsers that support strict dynamic, level, CSP level 3 plus. The unsafe inline is ignored and provides a route to backwards compatibility on browsers that support CSP level 2 or lower. In other words, you should only use it if you really know what you're doing. That's us, obviously. All right, what is a strict dynamic directive? Because I don't. Is that. Oh, a strict dynamic example. Yes, we are using nonce random. The key superpower of strict dynamics is that it will allow /script loader to load additional scripts via non-parser inserted script elements.
I felt we talking about like
All right, now our CSP headers on this are set to what? CSP headers. Object source none, base URI none. But we do have a script source. See, we're not really doing. I don't want to support older. Yeah. All right. And what else can we find? Let's close that. Close that. Where's our performance results? Okay. Yeah, I don't really have a report URI. Eventually, we'll have to create an endpoint for that. SEO. Good, good, good. Additional items to manually check. Run these additional validations on your site to check additional SEO best practices. Structured data is valid. All right. That's fine. All in all green. It's good. So let's come back over here. So we have login, right? But it's got this flash thing like right up next to it. I don't really like how it ended up. So there's that. What about setup? This one here. Children panel. Rich text. So we'll have admin set up there. And this is going to be what text? Mimeograph setup. There. Okay. Done, done, done. Get rid of that. Now, template admin setup. We're going to remove the outer bits here. Goodbye, panel. You are just a form.
Alex, how did you get the log?
Okay. That one's done.
But it's a log.
We have header, tiles, and setup. See, the tiles here, though, they could actually be nested in center.
Hallelujah.
Hmm. So we have section columns, we have column, we have a container, then we have columns again with a 1/3 column. Why? See, in this case, we have section columns is centered, section centered. Strange.
That makes sense.
So a redirect widget. We've got background, we've got admin tiles. Here, this one should be nested in
This one.
Find Center. And then inside of admin tiles, we're just breaking these down. See, it's very, very close. I don't know why we have all this extras centered and stuff on there. Okay, let's first look at it. Admin. All right. This is what it looks like. And this tile section here is what we're focusing on. Now, looks all right. Let's.
Hey, now
It should update here in just a moment. There we go. Oh, why? Oh, because this one here doesn't have is half desktop. That's the difference.
fail. A man trap? Stay the back.
Hmm. Fascinating. I'll figure that out later. Oh man, I'm running out of steam today. Low on energy. Need to grab some food. Let's figure out who's streaming today. John who? Alright, well. There we go. We're gonna raid John. That was mental gymnastics earlier, trying to get the rendering working. So glad that's through there. Probably need to do some tests on that. I'll do those later. But I gotta grab some food. So till next time, y'all. Bye bye.